right now. I want to welcome all of you to the opening ceremony of this year's GA of the Model European Parliament. My colleague Livia Alasme will be holding a short speech. I give the word to Livia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So, honorable fellow presidents, committee presidents, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first National Online MEP General Assembly 2021. I believe these have been 2 very intensive days. Joining delegates from all over Austria, the conference brings together a great group of active and engaged participants. You have had fruitful discussions, heated debates, and will maybe faced with some frustration. Although during the beginning of the MEP, you might have felt nervous, you will have experienced that you are getting used to this new environment and new format too, rather quickly, and started talking and acting a lot more freely. We are very proud of you to have participated in this MEP, not least as these are quite peculiar and unusual circumstances due to the current pandemic. These are extraordinary times that call for extraordinary measures, such as an online session. Thanks to my fellow president, Philipp Markopulos, we were able to hold a safe virtual conference in spite of the current circumstances. With much expertise and know-how, he set up an entire online system for us to have the proper MEP experience. I ask for a round of applause. Now it is up to you to make your resolution pass. You've worked hard on your results, and now it is time to defend and represent it in the best way possible. I will still give you one last short explanation of the General Assembly procedure. We will begin by reading out the resolution and someone holding the opening speech. Afterwards, we'll move on to factual questions where you can ask for definitions or examples. Then we will have one of you hold the amendment speech. After the amendment, we will commence with the open debate questions where you will be able to ask more complex questions. At the end, we will have the speech against and the closing speech of the committee. We'll finish by voting. Please remember that when asking a question, you should pull up your hand, and should you have a point of privilege, make sure that the presidency can see it before anyone else gets picked. And one last concern, the General Assembly does not serve the purpose of tearing down other resolutions, but rather to ameliorate them. So with this said, I wish you all the best of luck, and I herewith declare the General Assembly is opened.
We will start with the ample committee's resolution. I believe Livia is the one chairing this committee.
Okay, are we going to share the resolution with everyone, or
yes,
Philipp, are you on it?
Yes, you can share it, but firstly, could every member or delegate of the ample committee please raise their virtual hand on Zoom so that we can spotlight you for everyone. Have there been any problems concerning the raise hand function on Zoom?
Ample Styria, if you could raise your hand too.
I can't find the raise hand option. Sorry.
The raise hand function, you can use the raise hand feature if you click on reactions. So at the bottom of your screen, there will be a variety of emoticons, but there will also be a raise hand function.
For me, it just shows thumbs up and clap. Should I just do thumbs up then?
Yes, great. Okay, so you should be able to see the resolution now.
Okay, perfect. So who may I ask to read out the resolution? Please raise your hand.
Whom from the committee?
I don't see a hands up.
Whom from the committee?
Yes, whom from the committee can I ask to read out the resolution?
Excuse me, Mrs. President, it's me, but I also can't raise my hand. I can only give a thumbs up like this.
Okay, because it doesn't show for some reason, but okay, then please go ahead.
Yes.
Reading the OCs.
Yeah. Should I also read the introduction, like the question of an aging?
No,
Okay.
only the OCs.
Only the OCs. 1. Further recommends implementing a voluntary part-time work scheme for older people to remain taxpayers and assist younger employees with their experience. 2. Suggests founding support programs for retired workers who receive a minimum pension and supply them with food, utilities, etc. 3. Expresses its appreciation for the model of assisted living for senior citizens who prefer to live in their own homes rather than retirement homes. 4. Requests a financial agreement and safety net, especially for women, concerning the pension difference between parents caused by career interruptions due to taking care of their children. 5. Authorizes the EU to use a variety of measures to increase the fertility rate. Expansion of existing childcare facilities and raising maternal leave up to 3 years. Campaigns to promote equal parental leave. Legalization of surrogacy. Subsidies for fertilization treatments and childcare articles. Coverage of a certain percentage of socially economically weaker families' rent. Provision of higher child benefits. 6. Further recommends the EU to take the necessary steps to include senior citizens in the workforce as long as possible by offering assistance at finding jobs for unemployed senior citizens, introducing protective laws against ageism. 7. Calls upon politicians to devote more resources to healthcare after consulting with medical professionals in order to achieve a healthier and more active population, enabling them to remain part of the workforce for a longer period of time. 8. Supports the initiation of cooperative partnerships between generations and voluntary digital classes for the older population and other interested individuals. 9. Urges the government to take part-time jobs and the time spent on raising children into account when calculating pensions. 10. Accepts that the EU has to invest in building up its number of retirement homes and healthcare workers. 11. Endorses awareness campaigns and programs about healthy aging to prolong the time period in which older people can live independently. 12. Authorizes the EU to offer benefits to qualified immigrants and refugees willing to work, live and educate themselves in the EU for a case-specific amount of time, such as but not limited to assistance with housing, free language classes, permission to travel within the EU without requiring a visa, more lax citizenship requirements. 13. Instructs the presidency to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers.
Thank you very much. Whom from the committee may I ask to hold the opening speech? Styria, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mrs. President. Distinguished Presidency, Honorable CPs, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. With an increasing median age and over 15% of the EU population being above 80 years in the year 2100, the question of how to keep the economy strong and support the shrinking workforce arises. Our resolution provides inclusive solutions and ways to overcome this issue and grow from it. To illustrate this point, examples would include the issue of old age poverty among women and creating a financial safety net for them, as well as increasing the fertility rate, which is going to sink even more in the coming years, as the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows that sometime in the next decade, there will be more couples without kids than couples with. We hope that our resolution can achieve to make it more attractive and easier for families to have kids. Since this is such a broad and major issue, there are many more points presented in our resolution. On behalf of the EMPL committee, I'd like to conclude by saying, with this problem of an aging population being answered by all of us with the right response included in our resolution, we can help keep the economy and our workforce strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the factual questions from the General Assembly. Please just raise your hand and we'll pick you then. Let's start with Afet Styria.
Thank you for the word, Mrs. President. I have a question to OC number 5, I think subclause 5. It talks about a certain percentage of covering a certain percentage of the family's rent. I wanted to know if you have an idea of how, like, do you have
I have to interrupt you. That is a open debate question, not a fact.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Moving on, someone else from the General Assembly. Liebe Tirol, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yes, either a question regarding OC6. What do you mean with senior citizens? Do you just mean people who should already be on the pension, or do you just mean elderly people?
Who from the committee could answer? No one. Is it just me? I'm sorry, because I'm not seeing any hands. Is someone from the committee will have to answer this question, otherwise I will just have to pick someone.
I believe that.
Okay. Lower Austria, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We generally mean elderly people with senior citizens.
Any other factual question? Envy, Terrell, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I have a question concerning OC5. What is surrogacy?
Anyone from the committee, please? Upper Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Surrogacy is when another woman carries out the child of a couple or a single mother, and then that baby is under the custody of the couple. So that is what surrogacy means. In German, that would mean Leihmutterschaft.
Thank you very much. Other factual questions from the General Assembly? Afet Salzburg, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I've got a question about OC number 11, where it says healthy aging. Does that just mean living healthy and aging that way, or is it a kind of specific treatment that I don't know of?
From the committee, please. Lower Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Yeah, it just means that people age healthily, like just that they know how to stay healthy a longer time.
Thank you very much. Another factual question. So please remember that factual questions are simple definitions, or when you're asking for examples of some structure. Maybe Afet Germany, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Ms. President. I have a question about OC 6.2. What do you mean is ageism in this case?
Thank you, and please remember it's Madame President, not Miss or Mrs. or Mr. or whatever. Wait, maybe we can have Styria from the Ample Committee, please, to answer.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. As ageism is meant prejudices against old people, or just treating them different because of their age.
Thank you very much. We'll have two last factual questions. Corinthia from the Liebe Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Could somebody please explain what childcare articles are meant to be subsidized, or give examples, perhaps?
Whom from Upper Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. One of the most prominent childcare articles we specifically want to subsidize would be diapers, because they are very expensive, and in general other childcare articles such as pacifiers, because those are all necessities for children, so that every child can have the necessary care it deserves.
Since you still, okay, perfect. And one last question, Afet Tirol, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, for the word. And I have a question regarding in OC5, 5.E. What does maternal means?
Who from the committee would like to answer? Corinthia from the Ample Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. With maternal leave, the time period of when after a woman gives birth to a child and has the right to stay home is meant, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. We will now have the amendment. If Philipp, if you could share that. The amendment was handed in by Corinthia from the Libe Committee. It concerns clause number 9, and he proposes to substitute the clause for a new clause which reads as follows. Urges the government to give more weight to part-time jobs and also consider childcare when calculating the amount of the pensions. So, Corinthia from the Libe Committee, you've been recognized. Please hold your amendment speech.
Thank you, Madam President. I will do it. My fellow delegates, I'm here today because I believe that OC9 of the Ample Committee is not clearly formulated. Therefore, I propose to substitute this clause with another one that reads as follows. Urges the government to give more weight to part-time jobs and consider childcare when calculating the amount of pensions. I would not speak here today if I did not think that the original clause is principally wrong and therefore should not be in this resolution. However, I do believe that this clause is flawed because it's wrongly formulated. In my point of view, it is much rather a necessary point. It is absolutely indispensable and therefore should just be formulated more clearly. That is the reason why I ask you humbly to pass this amendment. I hope that with this amendment in mind, the European Commission and the European Council of Ministers and the European Parliament can come to a conclusion that this point is crucial. If we do not want to risk older people, especially women, whom often worked less because they were taking care of the children, become poorer when they are receiving pensions and not working anymore. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. As of right now, just a lot of old people are at risk of poverty. This trend will just continue into the future if we do not fix this incredible justice. If we have time, thank you for your time and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions regarding the amendment from the committee? If that is not the case, then whom may I ask to hold the amendment speech from the Ample Committee? Upper Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Despite only seeming to be a small change, the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs believes that this version of the operative clause is more efficient and properly worded. This operative clause solves one of the main issues women and people who take on the burden of childcare at the expense of their own pensions face in retirement. The current system treats childcare as though it wasn't even actual work, and our OC directly addresses this defect. Thus, we are glad to further improve an already impressive OC and would hope for all of you to vote in favor of this amendment. Lastly, we would also like to thank the delegate for showing the initiative to not only contribute to his own committee's resolution, but also to ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to vote on this amendment. So everyone in favor of enforcing this new clause and deleting the initial OC9, please raise your hand now.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam President, but maybe we could use a poll.
Of course, yes. That would be beneficial. Has everyone voted already, or is there anyone missing? Corinthia from the AFET committee, is that still a valid hands up?
Were there any technical difficulties concerning the voting procedure? Okay, I take this as a no, so I will share the results with you now.
So with 82%, this amendment has passed. And we will move on to the speech against the resolution. Whom from the General Assembly, no? Oh, sorry, open debate. Oh my God, I'm very sorry. We'll move on to open debate questions. So who from the General Assembly may I ask to pose a question? Styria from the AFET committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So my question is concerning OC5, subclause 5. When talking about a percentage, I wanted to ask the EMPL committee if they have a percentage in mind.
Thank you very much. Upper Austria from the EMPL committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We do not have a specific general percentage in mind, as this would all be case specific based on the parents' annual income and the funds that are available, and also the living expenses in the area that they live in.
Thank you very much. Next up, Germany from the LIBE committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Regarding OC3, could you please specify and explain what effect these appreciations and this changement should bring with it?
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer the question? How about Lower Austria, please, from the EMPL committee?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We basically, I don't know if that answers your question, but we basically meant that these people can keep living at home if they want to do that and to still get help because of charity work while they're living at home. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Styria from the LIBE committee. You've been recognized.
And thank you for the floor, Madam President. I just wanted to ask concerning OC5, if you have any data to back down that women don't get children because it is too expensive.
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer this question? Tyrol, please, from the EMPL committee. You've been recognized. Tyrol from the EMPL committee, please speak up.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I think we do not have any specific data, but now the statistic is like 1.6 births per child, so the fertility rate, which means births per mother. And when we compare that with a few years ago, it was at 2.5, I think, and now it is at 1.6. So yeah, I hope this answers your question.
Did this answer your question, or would you like to have a follow-up? Styria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I mean, I think it does answer why the fertility rate looks like that, but I think it might also be due to just social changes and women now being able to get fulfillment from their career and not necessarily from children. So, I mean, it does not fully answer my question, but I think.
So would you like to have a follow-up question? Maybe rephrase the part that was not answered yet?
Okay. I would like to ask if you don't think that that the fertility rate might decrease because women now don't see getting children as important since they can get fulfillment from other areas of their life.
Thank you. So who from the committee may I ask to answer? Upper Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Of course, there is a social change, but that does not only explain the reason why there is a lower fertility rate. That is also because since women are now more career-oriented than they were earlier because they basically couldn't, that also means that children only come into the picture way later in life. And that is why we specifically stated that we want to expand the existing childcare facilities so that that is easier for women, so that we can kind of fight the social change in a way, because that would make it possible for women to have both a career and a family. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Salzburg from the AFET committee, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Concerning OC number 2, you suggest providing food and utilities to retired workers. Why are you deciding to provide food and not money? Wouldn't money be a lot easier?
Thank you very much. From the committee, please. Corinthia, from the Ample Committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I think that people have different social aspects and are in different points of life and do get different pensions. And for those who have lower pensions, maybe the basic supplies such as food and utilities are way more important than money itself at that point. I hope that answered your question.
Did this answer your question, Salzburg, or would you like to have a follow-up?
I would like to have a follow-up because
presidency.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I would like to have a follow-up because firstly, with money, those people could also be able to buy food and utilities, and with money, they could buy the food they want to eat. Because if you just provide some kind of undefined food to everyone, it's possible that some people can't eat that because they have allergies, and providing money would just be a lot easier.
Maybe someone apart from Upper Austria. Let us have Styria from the Ample Committee, please. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. It is always hard to give just out money because people might do some other things with that money and not really necessarily buy the things they actually need, like food or utilities. And about the allergy thing, there would obviously be kind of like lists that would be given out before where you could note those allergies and just so they don't give you food that makes you sick. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. We're now going to entertain another topic, so please only pose questions that concern other OCs. May I have Germany from the ENVI committee?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I wanted to go back to OC5, and I wanted to know if the committee was keeping in mind that our planet in total has a dramatical potential for being overpopulated when they decided to add OC5.
Thank you very much. May I just kindly remind everyone to have on their cameras at all times. Thank you very much. So from the EMPL committee, Austria, please. Oh, sorry, Upper Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Well, in the end, we kind of had to come up with a solution to the problem that our pension system is going to collapse if we cannot find new taxpayers. And the solution to that is increasing the fertility rate. And we cannot change that other countries have higher fertility rates than we do. So for us to remain a crucial part of the world's economy, we have to keep a strong workforce.
Okay, I believe this answered your question since your hand is not raised anymore. Thank you. Moving on to Vienna from the LIBE committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Mrs. President. I wanted to ask about the number 9. How will the government keep track of time spent raising children? Like everyone can just claim, oh, I have raised my child today. I watched over him 24/7 and then cash in all these hours, even though the person maybe worked during the time that they actually supposed to watch the child and did not actually watch the child. How will they just keep track of this time and how much they want to pay them?
Thank you for the question, and may I please remind you that it is Madame President and not Mrs. So from the EMPL committee, Salzburg, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. This specifically refers to the time spent on paternal leave, and you have to tell this if you're on paternal leave and not working. So that is what we mean.
Thank you very much. Please, we will have 2 last open debate questions on different OCs. So next up, a question from Upper Austria from the LIBE committee. And please, everyone have on your cameras. It is important, especially when we take screenshots or something, that really everyone has on their cameras.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I have a question regarding OC8. What do you want to achieve with these classes? Which effects do you think they will have?
From the EMPL committee, Lower Austria, please. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. We wanted to achieve that since digital knowledge is generally getting more and more important in our society and in our workforce. So we wanted to achieve that older people also have that knowledge, not only us younger people who grow up with that and learn it. So we just wanted to basically have some classes that teach these older people how to work with that, for them to still be able to be a strong part of our workforce.
Thank you very much. We will have one last question, please, from the Liebe Committee, Lower Austria.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I wanted to ask regarding OC6 subclause 2. What do you have an example for protective laws against ageism? I'm just curious, what do you think about? Also, what is your example for that?
Thank you very much. From the ample committee, who may I ask to respond? Styria, please. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. As protective laws could be meant multiple things and simply be rejected from a job because of their age, or be paid less just because of their age, and just to kind of protect them from the mistreatment. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the speech against the resolution. So whom from the General Assembly may I ask to hold a speech? No one? Okay, since we're still ahead of schedule, we might have 2 more open debate questions. Are these hand raises for the questions? Okay. Then let us have Germany from the AFET committee.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I have a question regarding OC12. Is it actually possible to push this initiative without restriction of local autonomy? So, to be honest, not every nation wants to see immigrants in their countries, for example, the Eastern Europe. So what you would do, as example, with Poland or Hungary in this case?
Thank you very much. Whom from the committee may I ask to answer this question? Upper Austria, please, if you would answer the question. Upper Austria, please, from the ample committee.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So in the end, each country's very own immigration agency would control how many immigrants they let into the country. Because, for example, let's say there is a shortage of engineers in Eastern Europe, then they can, of course, choose to educate their own population. However, if it's on short notice, they can then try to attract qualified immigrants via the benefits that we have stated as subclauses in our OC. So in the end, the countries themselves could control the amount of immigrants that come into the country.
Okay, I hope this answered your question. Styria, please, from the AFET committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. My question is also concerning OC12, because you are talking about refugees here. And I'm not quite sure what refugees you mean, but generally when refugees come to a country, they need an asylum. And during this time, they're not allowed to work. I don't know if this is the case in every European country, but I know it's the case in Austria. So I wanted to know, do you then propose to speed up the asylum process, or are they allowed to work during this process? Because currently they aren't. And I wanted to know if you had put any thought in that.
Thank you very much. From the ample committee, maybe someone else other than Upper Austria? If not, then Upper Austria, please. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Of course, that would be an option. However, we would prefer to have them educate themselves further. So So for example, specifically language classes, so to intensify the language classes, and then as soon as a certain level is reached, a certain level of proficiency in the country's native tongue is reached, that then they start to maybe as in the example I mentioned earlier, maybe they start becoming engineers, or maybe retirement home workers, healthcare workers, etc.
Thank
So
you
that they
very
can
much.
be properly integrated.
Thank you. Did this answer your question?
Thank you for the word, Madam President. Yes, thank you very much.
Then from the LIBE committee, Germany, please. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Regarding OC10, you just accepting the fact that you have to invest in retirement homes, but you're not doing anything. Is there a reason for that? And furthermore, could you specify the number of retirement homes you want to invest in or you want to build up? So could you specify the goals?
Thank you for this question. May I have someone from the MEP committee who is not Upper Austria, please? Tyrol, please, from the MEP committee, if you would kindly answer this question.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So first of all, when we invest in healthcare workers, old people would have the opportunity to stay in their own homes as long as possible. And when it is no longer possible, then there should be retirement homes which can take good care of them. But I think we do not have any specific retirement homes in which we want to invest. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much. So we'll have one final open debate question and then move on. So if we could have Tyrol from the LIBE committee, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Actually, I wanted to say that I could hold a speech against if needed. Well,
that we would cover later on. Now it's still one last open debate question, and then we'll commence with the speech against the committee. So Corinthia from the LIBE committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to ask a question about OC5, the 0.6, I think it was. Yes, how would these provisions of high child benefits look like? Could you please provide any examples?
Thank you. From the committee, Lower Austria, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Basically, when you have children, you get from the government a monthly amount of money because you have children. And we basically meant that you hire these child benefits in order to make it more attractive for less privileged people who earn less money to have children.
Did this answer your question, or would you like a follow-up?
Thank you for the floor, Madam President, and it answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're done with the open debate. We will now move on to the speech against the resolution. Is there anyone who would like to hold the speech?
I'm sorry, but please remember to turn on your camera at all times, except for breaks.
Okay, so if I may have Salzburg, please, to hold the speech.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Model European Parliament and EMPL Committee, I congratulate you on doing your task incredibly well. I am certain that your efforts will in fact solve our pension problem and be enough to ensure that the EU remains stable. But there is a concern I do have, and that is that it will be too good, that it will mean too much in the end. Did you think for a moment that all of these measures to increase fertility rates and increase the amount of children that are born in the EU could become a model for other countries? And did you think about what it actually means if our birth rate is above our death rate? Because we will still have immigration, and I have seen in your resolutions that you will still encourage immigration and refugees. If we do that, the danger for overpopulation will be immense, because European countries and first world countries will produce or get children at a rate similar to countries, for example, in Africa, which would ultimately lead to famines and food shortages. While I do appreciate a lot of your ideas, I cannot vote and support this resolution in its entirety because I am too afraid that approving this will lead to terrible mistakes and terrible problems for our entire world. In the end, I'm just too scared to vote for your resolution, and I hope that others will also recognize the problems that lie within it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the closing speech. So who from the EMPL committee may I ask to hold it? Lower Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished CPs, fellow delegates, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. Just imagine your own parents experiencing old age poverty because of the collapsing pension system, which gets triggered by our constantly shrinking workforce. Imagine the EU did not take matters into their own hands in time, and it is too late to solve the problem of the persistent aging of our population, too late to stabilize our pension system, and too late to fix our economy. The Committee on Employment and Social Affairs talked about exactly these issues, and I'm proud to say that it not only came up with solutions which are realistic, but also effective on long terms. These solutions cover everything from medical care to part-time work schemes, support programs, possible ways to increase the fertility rate, and digitalization. All of these solutions tackle a problem which is becoming a bigger and more important issue every day. Therefore, we are in a desperate need of these answers rather sooner than later. So I would, on behalf of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs, encourage you to vote in favor of our resolution in order to make these solutions a part of our economy, our laws, as well as our daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed on to voting. Philipp, if we could have the polls.
Yes, of course. So you should be able to see the poll right now. You have 1 minute to vote. And CPs, please remember that this vote is that this poll is only for delegates.
And may I please just remind everyone to keep on the cameras at all times.
Were there any technical difficulties concerning the poll? Okay, I take this as a no, so I will share the results with you right now.
So with 70% in favor, 27 against, and 3% of abstentions, this resolution is passed. Clapping is in order. Okay, we're very much ahead of schedule.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sir, please.
But may I ask the CPs for their vote? If the CPs have not done an extra poll, I can do another one right now. This poll is only for CPs right now.
So with 30% in favor, 60 against, and 10% of abstentions, this resolution has not passed in eyes of the CPs, but it has passed nevertheless in the General Assembly. So you can all be, sir, you're muted. Should you want to say something?
With the disapproval of the committee presidents and the presidents, with an overwhelming majority of votes from the General Assembly, this resolution has passed. Congratulations. Clapping is in order. Thank you. I think we'll have a break of about 20 minutes.
Okay, so please be back at 9:35. We will start with the Libe Committee. We will start in 1 or 2 minutes. Could everyone please turn their cameras on? Thank you. Okay, great. And we will now have the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs, LIBE. Could every member of the LIBE committee please raise their virtual hand so that we can spotlight you for everyone? Okay, since there were no textual changes made by the committee to their resolution, who may I ask to read out the resolution? And Julius Lang, could you please share the resolution so that all delegates can see it? I'm sorry, I have 4 hands up at the moment. If you do not want to read out the resolution, please lower your hand. Thank you very much. Lower Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. 1. Calls upon the EU to strengthen and reinforce existing funds supporting media outlets, journalists and striving journalists to ensure diverse coverage. 2. Recommends that media corporations have to disclose their major shareholders. 3. Further proclaims the need for full transparency regarding ownership of media outlets and official political affiliation of people in power. 4. Calls upon the existing media monitoring organizations to penalize violations of freedom of expression and conflicts of interest similar to existing corruption laws. 5. Initiates the committee news for 1. Establishing guidelines for tagging and banning of illegal misinforming content on the internet with the ability for later revision by the committee news. 2. Improving and developing the social media algorithms such as but not limited to pushing serious media sites and weaken the spread of highly radical content. 3. Providing a web-based opportunity to report critical and radical content. 6. Urges the implementation of financial benefits directly provided by the EU to a fully transparent authority for media companies in order to be less reliant on donations from well-disposed sponsors. Additionally, drawing the attention away from showing extreme opinions to decoy people in their network. 7. Declares the need to gather data collected from EU citizens and other users accessing the internet from EU countries solely on EU-based servers, as well as transparency regarding the possible distribution and trading of the collected information. 8. Initiates an educational project, MUTE, and provides access for marginalized groups and improves their visibility, as well as supporting media platforms which especially address marginalized groups. 9. Urges authorities to expand internet access, especially by enlarging the broadband network/infrastructure. 10. Encourages the integration of media literacy courses in the standard school curriculum with the focus not only on avoiding certain dangers, but strengthening the ability to recognize the source's validity in the youth, as well as providing further educational events for elderly people and other interested citizens. 11 demands a new method of protecting of journalists inside and outside the EU against personal or government influence attacks. 12 requests complete objectivity in the act of censoring and or demonetizing content on social media platforms protected under the section 230 by the algorithms of such platforms and the recommendation of appropriate content, and also amongst other content opposite a respective opinion. 13 instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers.
Thank you very much, Law Austria. We will now move on to the opening speech. Whom from the committee may I ask to read out the opening speech? Tyrol, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear Honorable Presidents, CPs, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today I have the honor to introduce our committee and resolutions. We were the committee LIBE, which worked out the question of social media freedom and democracy. First of all, I have to say that nowadays protecting media freedom and democracy is one of the hardest things to do, because we're living in a digital world where we get media content from an enormous amount of different platforms, which are mostly owned by big companies. In our resolution, we try to cover all problems regarding social and normal media. So we worked out very different points, from supporting the idea to find a better algorithm to ban extremely radical content, over initiating educational projects to teach serious handling of social media, up to demanding and suggesting new methods to protect journalists, while only having one vision in our heads: to protect and strengthen social media freedom and democracy. Because, and I want to conclude this opening speech with those famous words, we have a vision that one day media freedom and democracy will rise up. We have a vision that one day our sons and daughters will be able to speak up their mind without fearing of their lives. We have a vision that one day freedom and democracy will rule the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tyrol. We will now have time for some factual questions. Please remember that these are only questions regarding a definition. Are there any factual questions concerning the LIBE resolution? Tyrol, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the word. And I have a question regarding to OC 12. What does section 230 mean?
Who may I ask to respond? Steer, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Section 230 entails that social media platforms, not publishers, are not responsible for the content on their platforms, so they cannot be held accountable for it. Instead of the platforms, the person who will actually publish the content is going to be held accountable.
Thank you, Styria. Upper Austria from Empel, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC 11. What sort of protection is meant by this new method?
From the committee, may I ask to respond to this question? Upper Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. These protections would be stronger prevention programs, higher penalties for the ones attacking journalists, and economic restrictions, and also generally a threat of harder punishment and a clear position of the EU on radicalization and attacks against journalists.
Thank you very much, Upper Austria. Tyrol from Alfred, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the word. And I have a question regarding to OC 8. For what does the word mute stand for?
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Vienna, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your words. MUTE stands for New Easy Web System, as stated in the footnotes.
Thank you, Vienna. Are there any other questions, factual questions concerning the resolution? Stereo from AFET, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Just a follow-up question. I believe the delegate from Tyrol actually wanted to know what MUTE stands for in OC8, because that's not in the footnotes.
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Up Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I think that might have just been an error and the footnote in the OC was deleted, but it is footnote 4, and which states that MUTE is an abbreviation for a New Easy Web System.
Thank you very much, Upper Austria. Are there any other questions, factual questions regarding the resolution? Tyrol from AFET, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the word. And when MUTE stands for New Easy Web System, for what does then news in an OC5 mean?
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Germany, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. News in OC5 stands for New Easy Web System, and MUTE in OC8 stands for Media Utility Education, and they're just names, and the footnote for MUTE is missing in the final step of the resolution. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much, Germany. We now have time for one last factual question. Are there any other factual questions regarding the resolution of LIBE? I take this as a no. We will now move on to the amendment. We decided to choose the amendment of the Salzburgian delegate from EMPL, Elena Seifert, which proposes to delete OC6 as a whole. May I ask the delegate from Salzburg to elaborate on her proposal?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidents, dear fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I've proposed the removal of OC6 of the LIBE resolution, as I'm deeply concerned that if passed, it will endanger journalists' right to free speech. If a media outlet, such as a newspaper, disseminated publications that criticize the EU or were at odds with its political goals, this EU-funded authority mentioned in the OC would probably stop supporting them financially. Many media companies would therefore turn biased in the reporting in favor of the EU out of fear that otherwise they would lose their financial benefit status. On the other hand, companies that refuse to submit to this unfair treatment will have to deal with a significant disadvantage on the market compared to the media favored by the EU. Even if we assume for a moment that this OC would not infringe our civil liberties, which it certainly does, it still becomes clear that passing such a law would be an absurd thing to do. The EU simply does not have the financial resources to aid all newspapers, TV channels, and radio stations. That's unrealistically. If this OC was indeed realized, we would grant the government a huge amount of indirect control over our media. In a democracy, this must not be tolerated. Freedom of speech must not be restricted. We must not allow for a state to silence those who question it. Therefore, I urge you to support my efforts to delete this OC. Thank you.
Thank you, Salzburg. Are there any questions concerning this amendment? Corinthia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I just have a question regarding the amendment. How do you think we could otherwise prevent a decrease in media pluralism and diversity? Because that's the best way we came up to support media companies.
May I ask the delegate from Salzburg to respond to this question?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, actually, that's not the issue here. I certainly understand your concern that the media might be influenced by their sponsors, but it will be even worse to make our independent media dependent on the government. So I'm certainly very outspoken against this OC, if this answers your question.
Thank you very much, Salzburg. Whom from the committee may I ask to present the speech against the amendment of Salzburg? Corinthia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I personally do not think that a complete deletion of OC 16 of the LIBE committee is necessary. I much rather think that this clause has been thoroughly discussed. Issues have been raised, issues have been discussed, and issues have been resolved. This clause had perhaps the most discussion in our committee. All of our committee members are confident that we have found the best possible way to solve all the problems of a shrinking media plurality and diversity of opinions. We much rather believe that any other attempt to increase media pluralism would not have the same effect. All the issues that have been raised with costs, I believe with every cell of my body that we have to find the money to fund this project. Because without a plural and diverse media, no Western democracy as we know it can exist. Pluralistic media is one of the most important parts of our modern democracy. And if I may add, we had just an example of how governments can influence media with this crisis, the pandemic. The Austrian government, just spent 240 million euros on advertising in the next three years. And everybody who can say that this isn't impacting the type of news we're getting is wrong, if I may say so. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And I appeal to all of you to not vote to pass this amendment, and much rather vote to pass the resolution as we had it originally intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinthia. We will now move on to the voting procedure. I will now share a poll with you. Please remember that only delegates are supposed to vote. You have 30 seconds left to vote. Were there any technical difficulties concerning the poll? If so, please raise your hand. I take this as a no. I'll now share the results with you. And with 16 votes in favor and 9 votes against, this amendment has passed. Should be able to see the results right now. We will now move on to the open debate. Are there any questions concerning the resolution of LIBE? And Germany from NV, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I wanted to know the purpose of the educational project in OC8, as I can find one being cited expressly in this resolution.
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to this question? Corinthia, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The intent of this educational program is that students, young people and old people, everyone can decide whether some news is fake or it's real. It has become a lot more difficult in the past few years with the rise of social media and internet media. So we try to raise awareness on how to spot fake news and disinformation, if that has answered your question.
Thank you, Corinthia. Germany, has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, not really, as I still can't find a purpose written in this resolution.
You may have a follow-up question.
Well, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Where can I find the purpose expressly in this resolution?
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Styria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I believe that my fellow delegate from Carinthia has confused this OC with another one. This particular OC is for marginalized groups that do not have access to the media and therefore cannot educate themselves. And this program should help those marginalized groups to, first of all, be represented in the media as well, and also have access to it.
Thank you, Styria. Are there any other questions regarding this specific OC? So OC8, I believe. Bergenland from Alfred, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. On point on OC12, I wanted to ask.
So interrupt, but right now we are only discussing OC8. Are there any questions? Are there any other questions regarding OC8? Upper Austria from Ample, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, but I also wanted to ask a question regarding OC12. So,
thank you. If there are no other questions regarding OC8, we will move on to another OC right now. Styria from Alfred, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. I just have a question to OC5, I think subclause 2, when it's highly radical content is mentioned. I wanted to know who defines what is highly radical content. Is that also news, or is this like a separate law?
Thank you, Styria. Germany, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it's also news because if you look at subclause 151, there's establishing guidelines for tagging and banning illegal content, and radical content is such a content and would be banned and not be pushed through through the algorithm after the news committee.
Thank you. Germany's Duri, has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding OC5? Only OC5. Terrell, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. And I wanted to ask what is meant by highly radical. Who differentiates between normal radical and highly radical?
Thank you. Lower Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Again, as Germany already said, the committee news would differentiate between highly radical content and radical content. I hope your question has been answered.
Thank you, Lower Austria. Are there any other questions regarding OC5? Otherwise, we will move on to another OC. Okay, I take this as a no, so we will move on to another OC right now. Upper Austria from Empel, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC7. Are there even enough servers in the EU to store all that information or data collected from EU citizens? And how would that specifically work?
Bergenland, you can recognize from.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Currently there are not enough servers, of course, because this would be a huge amount of data. And since there's at the moment no program to support this, we would try to improve this and make a project probably that would build servers or support companies in building servers on European land.
Thank you, Bergenland. Upper Austria, has your question been answered?
Yes, this has been answered sufficiently.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding OC7? So this specific OC. Lower Austria, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I mean, I totally get like the point you're trying to make with that OC, and maybe I also understand it incorrectly, but wouldn't it harm the protection of data privacy when you look at what individual people are doing online?
From the committee, may I ask to respond to this question? Upper Austria, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I think the question is regarding the transparency of the data that is collected, and it would be transparent to the person that the data is collected from. So you would be able to see what happens to your own data, but your friend won't be able to see what happens to your data. Your friend will be able to see what happens to their data. So it does not share your data with other citizens.
Thank you very much, Upper Austria. We will now move on to another OC. Salzburg from AFET, you can recognize.
Actually, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Actually, I wanted to discuss the same OC. Is that possible?
Yes, I will allow one last question regarding OC7.
All right. How are you planning to win big social media and internet companies to that plan? Because, of course, transparency concerning the data would be harmful to Amazon, Facebook, and YouTube, and those companies could threaten to leave the EU market entirely, which would lead to you having no more support within the population, basically what we have seen with Article 13. How are you planning, or what are you planning to do against such circumstances?
Terrell, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, this is a quite difficult question, but I think we have to build up a stronger media system in Tyrol, so it will be more likely to get to Tyrol, even if we expand our infrastructure and network infrastructure, like we mentioned in OC9, then it will be more likely, of course, for these big companies to come to Tyrol, because it's more easy to it's more easy for advertising if there is a good network and a good infrastructure.
Thank you, Tyrol. Has your question been answered now?
Not really, because thank you for the word, Mr. President. Not really, because I was mostly talking about the transparency point and not necessarily the data being stored in the EU. So the problem is that all of that will be transparent to users, and users may feel less inclined to use those.
You may have one last follow-up question now.
So what are you going to do if companies don't accept that because they don't want to make their data transparent?
Corinthia, you can recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that the financial incentive for big media companies, social media companies, is big enough to remain in the EU, especially as most American social media companies are banned in Russia and China. So two huge markets have fallen away for them, and they are still going to make a sizable profit with their advertising campaigns. And I do not believe that most companies, especially the bigger networks, will leave the EU. We may see a few smaller ones leave the EU, but I believe that the majority of them will stay, if that answers your question.
Thank you, Corinthia. We will now move on to another OC. In Germany, from Alfred, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question about the OC4. Can you please explain what corruption laws can you actually mention as example? Because to be honest, I don't see any relations between the corruption laws and the violations of freedom of the expression and conflicts of interests as it here stands.
Thank you. Whom from the committee may I ask to respond to Germany's question? Apostle, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. These corruption laws monetarily sanction conflicts of interest in the free market. And similar to these laws, we would install monetary penalties for media organizations who violate the freedom of expression and conflict of interest, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Upper Austria. Germany, has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. More or less, yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding OC4? So this specific OC only. I take this as a no. We will move on to another OC right now. Upper Austria from Ample, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC12. So I am slightly confused why there's a proposal for an OC that is quite similar to the Article 13, as that caused a lot of public outrage, as was already previously mentioned by other delegates. And how would you...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Upper Austria, but I believe that we've already discussed this OC previously.
Oh, my apologies.
No problem. Are there any other questions regarding another OC? Terrell from Alfred, you can recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the words and of a question. There in OC11 is written that there will be a new method of protection of journalists outside of the EU. What how would these methods be possible, for example, in China or Russia?
Thank you very much. Bergenland, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So there's multiple possibilities. For example, the EU could sanction against China if it happens there, for example. Or there could also be more serious than it has been to this point, more serious consequences from the EU against this country. I hope this answers your question.
And Tyrol, has your question been answered?
Mostly, yes.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions regarding OC11? I take this as a no, so we'll move on to another OC right now. Are there any other questions regarding the resolution of LIBE? Since we are ahead of schedule right now, you have 1 minute left to ask another open debate question. Yes, Tyrol, you can recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. And I have a question. Is the media literacy course excluded in a external subject, or is it included in an already existing one?
Whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Corinthia, you can recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the implementation of these media literacy courses can be further discussed in the European Union or European Commission. But I think we could have workshops regarding this topic, or they could be included inside other subjects, if that answers your question.
Thank you, Corinthia. Are there any other questions regarding the resolution? Salzburg from Ample, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have another question concerning OC5. The first one, I think, yeah. It says banning of illegal and misinforming content. So who would decide what misinforming content is? Because yesterday I had a discussion with your delegate from Carinthia, and he had explained to me that there's a difference between disinforming content, which is done on purpose, and misinforming content, which is done because the person who writes it actually believes it. So why would you ban misinforming content just because it's maybe a person's opinion? And who has the right to say, okay, that's right, that's wrong? Who would decide on that?
Since subclause 1 has not yet been discussed, whom from the committee may I ask to respond? Upper Austria, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. It would once again be decided by the committee news, and misinforming content is a direct result of disinforming content. So if someone purposefully creates content concerning wrong information, and the misinforming content would then just be tagged or banned. So tagging, it would just have a note at the beginning of an article, for example, that informs the reader that the information of this article might be faulty.
Thank you very much, Upper Austria. We have time for one last open debate question. Are there any other questions regarding the resolution? Terrell, you can recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the word. And I have a question. In OC5, there is written the word guidelines, but what are exactly those guidelines?
Germany, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The committee news has to establish guidelines, which means they have to establish circumstances which are forcing the companies to ban or tag this content after these guidelines, which are obligatory to the companies. Yeah, and they should tag or ban the content like it is done, for example, on Instagram with coronavirus-related content. There's simply a link to the official news about corona and the coronavirus pandemic from the official authorities.
Thank you, Germany. This question has concluded the open debate. Since the open debate has ended, who may I ask to deliver a speech against the resolution of LIBE? Everyone who has prepared a speech against the resolution of LIBE should raise their hand now. Germany, you can recognize.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Godlike Presidium, dear delegates and guests. Our world is changing. Now we don't need to use old ways to receive the current information. We can just read news in the internet. But new times always bring us new problems. We need to secure our rights on the internet. Our colleagues from LIBE committee are presenting us their way to handle this issue, but I think they partially failed. As an example, look at the OC1 and 6 because they're pretty the same. It says that we should support some medias and journalists to ensure diverse coverage. But which medias and journalists would receive this help is unclear, just like the selection methods and the selectors themselves. This leads us to the lobbying of certain media and their unfair advantage over the others. This is a clear threat to the media's independence. This is one of our basic values, actually, which we must secure in Europe. But the further we go, the worse it also looks like. The OC 5.1 suggests ban of all misinforming content. But I had the same questions. What is a misinforming content and who is going to decide what is a misinformation and what is just an opposite opinion or mistake? Just like in the OC1, this is a clear threat, which is leading us to the censorship. This is a no-go, to be honest. The same laxity with definitions continues in the OC 5.2, with its serious and highly radical. As always, it's unclear who is going to decide what is serious and highly radical. I don't think that the committee in use can be enough impartial and fair. It looks like it's going to be the new censorship body, just like the Ministry of Truth in the George Orwell's novel 1984. I want to also mention OC8, which is about the re-educational program for marginalized groups. What sounds just like a brainwash for all people with another opinion, to be honest, because it's also not clear who falls into this group. So basically, it can be anyone here, me and you. Sounds just like the Chinese camps. So if the OC5 is about the Ministry of Truth, the OC8 is more about the Orwell's Ministry of Love. I honestly think that you wrote it with good intentions in your hearts, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't wish Europe to live in the hell of the Orwell's 1984, so I'm against this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech, Germany. Whom of the committee may I ask to present the speech in favor of the resolution, so the closing speech? Styria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Distinguished Presidency, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests of the General Assembly. In this day and age, the information one can gain from the internet is becoming more and more influential in matters of politics as well. As we can have seen in the USA for the past months and even years, fake news and disinformation can have a truly troubling effect on political and scientific debates, and a pandemic even risking lives by the spread of false information and on social media platforms. But censoring content is not the answer either. This resolution was therefore perfectly designed to balance the preventions against false and illegal content and the upholding of the media plurality by supporting valid opinions and taking measures for them to be recognized. To answer your proposal, the people who would not, as the people who don't have access to media would be people who actually cannot access media, which in many European countries up to 40% of the people. While in Austria it is only about 10%. So this would not be like 1984, where we all have access to the media and get information, so we would not be affected by that. And the publicly funded platforms and publishers would be not selected by the EU, but by an authority which is funded by the EU, and the authority would be the one deciding what would be funded, and those funds would also go to marginalized groups and publishers who produce valid information, but marginalized one. The censored, the false and highly radical content, the highly radical content would not be banned, but only not recommended and not pushed as it is done by platforms right now. And there is a clearly distinction between what is misinforming content, things that are just scientifically wrong, and those contents would be banned. But things that are different opinion would not be banned, because yes, that is part of censorship and we don't want to support that. So the work of my committee did, and the resolution that we came up with is crucial, not only to the support of democracy, but to the sustain of democracy. So for the sake of the future of the European democracy, I ask you to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Styria. I will now initiate the voting procedure. You have 1 minute left to vote. And please remember, only delegates are supposed to vote. Have there been any technical difficulties concerning the voting procedure? I take this as a no. May I ask the CPs for their vote?
The CPs have already voted.
I believe Martin Lechner from the Ample CP, would you like to present the CP's vote?
Of course. The CPs have voted as follows: 0 in favor, 8 against, and 0 abstentions, as we support fake news and profit greatly from them.
Interesting. So I will now share the results of the poll with you. And with 18 votes in favor, 7 votes against, and 3 abstentions, and the disapproval of the CPs, this resolution has passed. Clapping is in order. Thank thank you very much again, Liebe Committee. I believe that we will now have a break and afterwards continue with the AFET Committee.
When will we continue?
I'm sorry,
In
as
half
we
an hour, no?
as we are
At
ahead of
11.
time currently, maybe
At 11, we
11.
start at
Yeah.
11.
Great. We will start in 2 or 3 minutes. Could everyone please turn their cameras on? We will now make a screenshot of all participants for the MEP website, MEP Austria website, and some social media channels. Could everyone, also the CPs, please turn on their cameras? Could the CP of Ampel, AFET, NV, and Vice President Magdalena Offenbeck please turn on their cameras?
Mr. President, would it be possible to have a screenshot with the presidents at the top and the CPs below? So we have, or do you want them mixed?
Yes, we can do that, but we have to remove the spotlights first, I believe.
Okay.
So, seconds.
This is a very important moment, and maybe it's an opportunity to put your ties straight. And Ferdinand, I think your tie would need putting in place, as this is an official photo which will be used in social media or on the website, and obviously it is also for the sake of advertising the fact that we can meet online and hold conferences, and this is best done so with good photos, isn't it? Thank you. Now suddenly people are disappearing. Yes. Okay, now everyone's looking very smart.
Okay.
And the committee president, maybe Leonardo, could don a tie too and a jacket, just to be as formal as everyone else.
Just 1 second, please.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I think Julius, you have your name in your. If anyone's got their name in it, I mean, if you don't mind, then it's going to be there. But maybe you don't want your name in an official picture, so you are not recognized. This is Paul and Julius, Magdalena, and Alan. If you want to take your name out of the official, you know, what's underneath your screen, because we would have to try to delete it. Also, Alexander Unger, if you would have, president would be enough. If you leave your name, Martin, I think it would be better, you know, for the sake of data protection. No one has their name. Sophia Verzi, also please. Yes, it's you are in Envy and Vienna. If you could please change your anybody else? Thank you. I mean, you can afterwards change to Alan, maybe you too. Anybody else? Lucas, maybe you want to, unless you want your name there, then
our names are already written in the program and the letter from the presidents on the website.
well,
so
I know, but I mean, but you, yeah, well, you are the most visible. That is true. Yes. So if you want to leave it there, that's up to you.
do it for the
Also,
sake of it, I guess.
yeah, yeah. Also, Philip, if you want yours there, then you are also mentioned. Magdalena, if you could also take your name out, please. Because so far only in official well, emails and programs and so forth. Vienna, Sophia, please take your name out, or else you want the whole world to know what you look like and who you are. Yeah, I mean, we've just tackled the committee on social media, and we all know what it means that we are traceable and trackable, and everyone's collecting data about us and making a lot of money. Right. Okay. Yes. Looking good. Mr. President, would you take Philip? Would you take the screenshot? And are we going to have? Shall we have one serious one and one funny one? I don't know. Making a heart or a thumbs up. But let's first have a serious screenshot. Okay. So do you want the presidents in one row, Philip and Lucas?
Yes. If we can easily do that, then yes. If not, I suggest...
It would be, I think, yes, I think it would be nice. Yeah.
Yes, so on my screen, we have the presidents in one row, afterwards the CPs.
Okay, maybe I can't see it. You've got the...
Everyone can make an individual...
Okay, right. Well, this is great. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Will you do tell us to smile or look serious? I don't know.
Okay, great.
Okay, and let's have a funny one. I don't know if you can make, I don't know how you do the heart bit. Everybody can show a heart, or I'm going to do a thumbs up. Can we have that, please, from everybody? Very good. Yes, that's a thumbs up or a heart and a screenshot there. Done?
Yes, great.
Lovely. Okay, thank you. We're ready to roll. And welcome back, Alexander Unger.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the third committee for the General Assembly, which is the AFET committee. I would say let's just get right into it. Which delegate has been chosen to read out the resolution?
Could we please pin the delegates from the committee?
Sorry to interrupt, but in order to be spotlighted for everyone, the delegates of the AFET committee should raise their hand now. And could President Alexander Unger please also raise his hand in order to be spotlighted?
The problem is on the reactions, I don't have the raise the hand icon. I just realized.
No problem. This might occur with older versions of Zoom.
So the problem is I don't really know how to raise my hand right now, as I don't have the
No
icon
problem.
for raising it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I can't raise my hand either.
Sorry, which delegate can't raise his or her hand?
Afet Grünthia can't raise their hand.
Okay, no problem. I think we can start now.
Perfect. Thank you. So now that we have all the AFET delegates here together in the spotlight, I think we can finally get started. So who has been chosen to read out the resolution? Tyrone, you may have the word.
Thanks, Mr. President, and I was the chosen one to read it out.
Please address the presidency correctly by saying thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Oh. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, and I was the chosen one to read the resolutions out.
Go ahead then.
Then should I open it, or then I have a question to President and Philipp Markopulos. Could he please share screen? Oh, thanks.
Yes, I believe that Julius Lang has already shared the screen. But I will.
Then requests that companies should make sure they use trade network with the rest of the world as independent as possible from other foreign powers, supports to establish a diversity of trading relations with other countries, calls upon creating an initiative to diversify EU's domestic economy, demands a clear diplomatic line signed by the European Council, and recommends the continuation of condemnation of human rights violations without any economic or political sanctions, and aspires to become a multilateral negotiator between the Chinese government and Chinese minorities. Demands better control of the PRC's investments and prevention of lobbying within the EU, further requests to increase subsidization via an EU funding to improve the EU's economy, urges to ban the transfer on any technologies without the permission of the European Commission, then further recommends to implement laws similar to the PRCs to force the transfer of Chinese know-how to Europe, calls upon an increase in investments into technology and science to 3 to 4% of the GDP, and the creation of an innovation IT capital in Estonia to boost technological advance in order to become more competitive. Encourages the creation of an EU investment fund for business as well as for scientific institutions, with the prospect of lifting the innovation and hence bettering the competitive edge over the PRC. Further requests to increase subsidization of startups regarding to the price drop caused by the PRC, calls upon the EU to remember an advantage of not being perceived as a threat like the US by the Chinese population, and use this to increase its soft power and influence in the People's Republic of China, and urges the EU to tackle human rights violations and powerful foreign government by influencing the PRC through multilateral negotiations. Requests that at least 51% of the new built infrastructure should be owned by the country where it is built. European Fund, the EDAL initiative, would provide financial help if the country cannot afford it. Further requests that all infrastructure projects have approved funding to prevent a debt trap. Requests to create a new EU initiative, EEP, European Infrastructure Project, to develop new infrastructure projects within and outside of the EU to ensure our economic and political presence and trade superiority, expressing in hope to uphold trade relations to both the PRC and the US, while staying in a neutral position in any conflict that may arise between these two EU countries, and instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers.
Thank you very much. Now, who may I ask to deliver the opening speech? Salzburg, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Distinguished presidents, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I'm going to introduce the work of the AFET committee. Our job was to think about the relationship of the EU to China, but I'm confident you know that. However, I cannot be certain whether you know what all of that means. Let me assure you of one thing. The situation is dire. When we are talking about China, we're talking about a dictatorship that is monitoring its citizens day and night. We're talking about a country that has become one of the most powerful countries on earth. And we are talking about a government that will expand its ideas and influence all across the world if other countries do not distance themselves. But how can we distance ourselves from this emerging superpower if it is one of our greatest trade partners? What can we do if even a short disruption of supply chains from China means that our companies can no longer produce anything? And this is not some futuristic horror scenario. Right now, the Austrian company KTM is forced to significantly slow down its production because its orders from China are not arriving on time. Can you imagine what the situation would be like if sanctions and tariffs were implemented? As it seems now, we'd be lucky to make it out alive. I know that our little resolution may not look like the beacon of hope we need now, but those dry sentences that form the OCs of this resolution are not just a list of measures that we could take now. Those dry sentences are forming a plan that is very much a balancing act between our fears and goals regarding China. It was a lot of out-of-the-box thinking that made a resolution like this possible. You will find that we never even mention traditional methods like economic sanctions with China. You will also find that we are tackling this authoritarian regime without even deciding to call it our enemy. Instead, our resolution is about the bigger picture. We're talking about making ourselves stronger and more independent. We're talking about facing China not alone and not as its declared enemy, but rather in a multilateral environment, cooperating with countries like India, Japan, and maybe even Russia. Yes, the situation is dire. Yes, the EU has to act now. But if it acts right, it will not only come out alive, but greater, stronger, and more independent than ever. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. We're now going to allow a few short factual questions regarding the resolution. Any factual questions regarding definitions, examples, explanations? If so, please raise your hand. NV Germany, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I wanted to ask in OC 10 what is meant by GDP.
Whom of the AFET committee may I ask to answer the question? Upper Austria, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. GDP is the short form of gross domestic product, and it would be the BIP in German.
Has your question been answered?
Fully, thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Any more factual questions? The Tyrolean delegate from the LIBE committee, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I have a question. What does EIP stands for? So I think it's OC, cannot find it anymore. It's OC 17.
Perfect. So whom from the AFET committee may I ask to answer? The Tyrolean delegates from the AFET committee, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. And as I mentioned
Please
earlier,
address the presidency correctly. Thank you for the floor.
thank you
Mr.
for the floor,
President.
Mr. President. And as I have mentioned earlier, EEP stands for European Infrastructure Project.
Has your question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes.
Perfect. We're going to allow one more factual question. The Upper Austrian delegate from the LIBE committee, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding the abbreviations in ICC. What do these stand for?
Whom from the AFET committee may I ask to respond? Student delegates from AFET, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. These abbreviations stand for different autonomic regions in China. So the Tibet Autonomic Region, the, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, Xinjiang Autonomic Region, this is where the Uyghurs are, and Hong Kong.
Thank you.
Has the question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So we're now going to move on to the amendments. The presidency decided to accept the amendment proposed by the delegate from the LIBE committee, Jana Tratner, concerning clause number 11. I repeat, OC number 11. The proposal is to substitute a clause by a new clause which reads as follows. Calls upon the EU to strengthen and reinforce existing funds, supporting businesses and scientific institutions with the prospect of boosting innovation, resulting in a competitive edge over the PRC. Does anyone want me to repeat it, or is it clear? Okay, perfect. Then I would like the delegate from the LIBE committee to come forwards and deliver the speech in favor of the amendment, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Should I be put in the spotlight or something, or should I just start?
You're already spotlighted now.
Oh, thank you. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The creation of EU investment funds supporting businesses and scientific institutions deems unnecessary, since funds encouraging such firms have already been established. Examples being the Horizon 2020 and the Cohesion Fund. To attain a competitive lead over the People's Republic of China regarding innovation and research, pre-existing funds simply just need to be strengthened and reinforced in order to continuously support European firms. For the previously mentioned reasons, I strongly advocate for replacing Operative Clause 11 of the resolution of the Foreign Relations Committee with a new rephrased clause calling upon the EU to reinforce previously instituted funds rather than creating new ones. Therefore, I strongly urge you to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions regarding the proposed amendment? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, perfect. In this case, we're going to move on to the speech against the amendment. Whom from the AFET committee may I ask to deliver the speech? Germany, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The problem is that the current existing funds like Horizon 2020 and the others are just simply not working. The problem is that our trade deficit is growing up every single year. That means that we are importing more goods than just exports them, according to China. So we need to find the new ways to somehow solve this problem, because we can increase our spendings on the current existing funds like every single year, just actually doing it right now, but that's bring us actually nothing. So we need to find a new fund which can act better and quicker, which can act right now. That's what we actually want to see in our resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to the voting procedure.
Have there been any technical difficulties concerning the voting procedure? If so, please raise your hand now. Okay, I take this as a no, and I will share the results with you now.
With 64% in favor and 36% against, this amendment has passed. So now we're going to move on to the open debate, meaning that any sort of question that you might have regarding the resolution, not only definitions, but also explanations and justifications, feel free to ask them the delegates from the AFET committee now. The delegate from Tyrol, Liebe, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I have a question indeed regarding point 6, OC6. How do you exactly want to control investments from China? Because that sounds for me like you wanted to cut in economic freedom, and that is exactly not what we want.
Whom from the AFET committee may I ask to respond? Austria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Well, we want to install foreign direct investment screenings so that every company that wants an investment has first go through the screening. And if the screening declares a too big risk, then we want the company to decide whether they are willing to take it or not. However, companies should be aware that if they take it, the EU cannot subsidize these firms anymore, as there is a potential risk that is posed to the European Union. So we still are controlling the investments in the European Union, while at the same time granting free opinion whether companies actually want to do such a screening or not.
Has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it is.
Perfect. Are there any more questions regarding OC number 6 and OC number 6 only? Corinthia Liebe, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I would like to follow up on the statement of the delegate from Upper Austria. Just like, how do you guarantee that these opinions and the categorization of a threat to the European Union are independently?
Whom from the AFET committee may I ask to answer that question? Germany, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Can you please repeat your question, because I think no one from our committee could actually had a chance to understand it.
Corinthian delegate from the Liebe committee, I kindly ask you to rephrase your question.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. And how does the committee guarantee that that way no other interests besides the company's interests are pushed?
Germany, is the question phrased understandably for you?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I think I can answer on this question. So we think, first of all, we don't see any other interest in this case. So we have like on the three sides, the China, the European Union, and the company itself. And without any pushes on the companies, they have a free decision to make. So if the company would like to do this, they can do it, but with certain circumstances, and when not, then not. So it's actually their free will.
Corinthia, has your question been answered?
Yes, more or less. Could I just have another follow-up question?
Please address the presidency.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Could I have another follow-up question?
You may have one more follow-up question, and then we're going to move on to another OC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My question is, doesn't it come off like a sort of, isn't it like some sort of, I don't know how to phrase it, just like, I think that companies are forced to not take on these investments from outside forces if European funds are then seized, because therefore the European Union would influence the decisions of sovereign companies.
May I ask somebody from the AFET committee to respond? Maybe someone else than Germany? Salzburg, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. Well, that's not a problem. States influence companies all the time. Basically, any law means that we are influencing a company. Companies cannot just do what they want to do. And okay. And I think that in this case, we just have to weigh our advantages and disadvantages. And of course, the danger is that through Chinese investments, more and more of our young technology startups and companies, which actually we need for our future, are being bought by the Chinese. And in that case, I think it's the right decision to draw a line and stop that.
Perfect. I'm afraid that we need to move on to another OC. So whether your question has been answered or not, we're going to move on to another OC. Are there any more questions regarding your resolution except for OC number 6? The Styrian delegate from NV, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC 16. Why do you intend to give the new infrastructure to the country it is built in? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to give ownership to the EU to establish presence that also shows the benefits of a EU membership to EU countries?
Whom from the AFET committee may I ask to respond? Upper Austria, could you respond to that question?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, so I see your point, but however, we cannot forget that if a country is owning their own infrastructure, it is first of all far better than if China is owning the infrastructure, because actually the country can decide over the part and not China. And especially in difficult times, it is very essential that the European Union can decide and has the power over their own infrastructure. And secondly, it is just better that one country can decide over their own infrastructure. And the second one too, than when the EU has the power over everything, because of course the power can also be abused by the European side. And therefore we thought that it would be good that every single country has the, just is able to decide about the infrastructure themselves.
Has the question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it has.
Perfect. Any more questions regarding clause number 16 and clause number 16 only? Nobody? Okay, perfect. So we are going to move on to the rest of the resolution. Any more questions regarding the entire resolution except for OCs number 6 and 16? The Lower Austrian delegate from the Ample Committee, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC number 4. So, I mean, these diplomatic lines are signed by the European Council, but who decides which these diplomatic lines are?
Whom from the AFET committee may I ask to respond? Styria, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So this clause refers to that there is still a bit of a divide in opinions on how the EU should go forth with trade relations with China in the EU. And we discussed this and decided that the Committee for Foreign Affairs should decide upon the diplomatic line, but then the European Council should sign it, and that way there will be there will be unity of the member states, because each member state is represented in the Council. That was our thought behind this clause.
Thank you. Has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, my question has been answered.
Perfect. We're going to allow 2 more questions in total before we move to the speech against the resolution. So any more questions regarding OC number 4 and OC number 4 only? The delegate from Tyrol and the Libre Committee, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I have a question to point 8. urges to ban transfer on any technical skills without permission. I think this is exactly a cut in free.
Excuse me, I said OSC number 4 and OSC number 4 only.
Okay. Oh, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm so sorry. I did not recognize this.
It is fine. I'm going to repeat my question once more. Any questions regarding OSC number 4 and OSC number 4 only? Otherwise, we're going to move on to the rest of the resolution, including OSC number 8. So any questions regarding OSC 4? I assume that's a no. So now if you want to, you can repeat your question.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Again, yes, about point 8. I think this is exactly a cut in economic freedom if you need a permission of the EU to transfer any technology. What do you mean with this OZ, or what do you want?
Could I ask the delegate from Burgenland to respond?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I see your point that this hinders the free transfer of technology and wisdom and general economic goods, but we see this that especially on large and major technologies like big data and AI, there should be at least an expert commission who would say that we would not fall behind too much in these fields by giving up our advantage to foreign companies, especially Chinese ones.
Thank you. Has your question been answered?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes.
Perfect. So now we're going to allow one more question regarding any OC of the entire resolution, and then we're going to move on to the speech against. The German delegate from the LIBE committee, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to talk about OC 12. Who defines or who chooses the startups who are being subventionated? And I don't think that's that part of the issue of the committee. So could you explain that a bit, please?
Who from the AFA committee may I ask to respond? Delegate of Tyrol, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. And
nope, please address the presidency correctly. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. And our idea behind this was that China transfers the startups from Europe with new technologies to China, but to increase our technological state, we could subsidize more startups, so more technologies are evolved. Yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Salzburg, I think you raised your hand, or 1 second, sorry. Excuse me, has your question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. It's quite a nice talk that you did, but you didn't answer to my question at all, I think.
So maybe the delegate of Salzburg, you raised your hand before. Would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Exactly. So firstly, concerning which startups we would choose, we can simply subsidize all startups. And I think that that is actually the way to go here. And that is also what usually is meant when we right, subsidize something that we subsidize all of them. And I believe there was another part of your question that I can't remember right now. Sorry, but concerning the startups, subsidize all of them.
Delegate from Germany, could you rephrase your question once again so we can finish the open debate for once and forever?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, of course. It was just the second part of my question concerning whether this issue is part of the committee's issue.
Salzburg, you may have one more chance.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, it is absolutely part of our committee's issue because it concerns the competition between the EU and China. And like many other of our ideas and OCs, this tries to strengthen our own economy and strengthen our power within the technological sector and IT sector, which is a sector that currently is somewhat being led by China. So that's what that's for and why it's in our resolution.
So Germany, have both parts of your question been answered sufficiently?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I think so.
Wonderful. So now we're going to move on to the speech against the resolution. So who may I ask to come forward and deliver the speech against the AFET committee? The opposition delegates from the Ample Committee, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the EU has condemned other countries' human rights violations for the past decade, and yet not much has changed. The People's Republic of China entirely disregards the EU's stance on the violations, specifically the outrageous silent genocide of Uyghurs in China. Thus, I do not see how having the EU become a mediator in conflicts with China would be any fruitful, considering their utter lack of interest in changing their ways. Despite the EU efforts to improve the Sino-European economic relationship, China is still stealing technology and knowledge from not only the EU, but also the United States of America. How is the EU supposed to increase its soft power when China is still secluding itself from the world in regards to its economy and its society, especially the digitalized aspect of it? While I do agree with increasing investments in technological research, China and the US will continue to have an edge over the EU due to the fact that the EU has been trailing behind them in terms of innovation and research for years. As a whole, I believe that this resolution does not offer satisfactory and sufficient solutions as to how the EU should deal with the People's Republic of China. Thus, I strongly urge you to vote against this resolution in order to not waste precious taxpayer dollars and the time of EU officials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whom of the AFET committee may I ask to deliver the closing speech? Storia, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Distinguished Presidency, honorable CPs, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the members of the committee for all the work they put into writing this resolution. The topic of Sino-European relations is not a simple one, but one that is extremely relevant for the future of the EU. I believe that with this resolution, the AFET committee has managed to sum up the most crucial points of Sino-European relations and find realistic answers to the problem facing these relations, from China's human rights violations to the question of how to handle the relation between the US and the PRC. The delegate of Upper Austria has mentioned the human rights issue in China. However, we explicitly wrote how we want to handle this. While sanctions against China would do us more harm than good, we decided to work with multilateral negotiations, where more countries negotiate with China as to increase our power. Furthermore, yes, I do agree that we are not as technologically advanced as, say, the US and China. However, we have many points in our resolution of how to maintain our competitive edge. Our resolution also talks about how we can maintain our trade relations, but also include other countries as to not get too dependent on China. The topic of Sino-European relations will not disappear as China's economic power is continuing to grow. It is impossible to imagine a future of trade without China. China is just too big of an economic power. And it will pose an important question in the EU's future. I strongly believe that this resolution has managed to pinpoint the most important issues concerning Sino-European relations and also give thoughtful and thorough answers to the problems facing the relations between the EU and the PRC. I would like to remind all of you, dear delegates, that this complex topic is not to be ignored as it is a vital part of the European Union's future. And I urge you to vote for our resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the closing speech. I think we're now going to move on to the voting procedure.
I will now share the poll with you. And please remember that only delegates are supposed to vote now. Have there been any technical difficulties concerning the voting procedure? If so, please raise your hand now. I take this as a no, and I will share the results with you right now. I'm sorry, President Alexander Unger, should we wait for the CP's vote or should we share the results with the delegates now?
I think we can share the results of the delegates now.
Great.
With 63% in favor, 30% against, and 7% of abstentions, this resolution has passed. Clapping is in order. Okay, now I also think that we have the vote from the committee presidency.
Yes, the CPs have voted.
Please address the presidency.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So we have voted as follows: 50% in favor, 50% against. On the one hand, because we support World War III, and on the other, because climate change is a hoax invented by the Chinese. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So now we are going to have another break, and I think we're going to reassemble at 12:30. Thank you very much.
kindly ask you to turn your cameras back on as soon as you have returned, so we'll know whether everyone is here already. So now that I think everyone has returned, we're going to start with the last committee of the day. Since there haven't been any texture changes submitted, I kindly ask the Envy committee to raise the virtual hand so we can spotlight you for everyone else. Thank you. Whom from the committee may I ask to read out their resolution? Please raise your hand. There are 2 hands currently raised. Which one is it? Okay, Vienna, please read out your resolution.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. One, urges all EU member states to consider placing financial limitations on plastic bags. 2, recommends more clarity through labels so consumers are aware of the harm on the environment. 3, calls upon the creation of multimedia awareness campaigns on the dangers of plastic, its effects on the environment and the recycling systems. 4, calls upon the EU governments to integrate the teaching of eco-friendly behavior into the education system from a young age. 5, endorses placing restrictions on selling plastic bottles, especially on beaches. Subclause A, warning signs that instruct people to clean up after themselves and not litter, which will be monitored by the police. Subclause B, encourage voluntarily regular beach cleanup. 6, endorses the expansion of a carbon emission tax system or similar in the EU. 7, enforce a law requiring each company to set yearly achievable goals on how to transition gradually and sustainably into a circular economy and initiate a creation of a committee of experts to set a goal that should be achieved by 2030. Subclause A, based on the Circular Economy Action Plan of the European Union. Subclause B, reducing production waste. 8, draws the attention on developing, redefining, expanding, and subsidizing the handling of retired batteries, such as, but not limited to, Subclause A, fully recycling of batteries of all types. Subclause B, second life of cells in stationary storage units. 9, solemnly affirms the reversal of the deteriorating state of marine ecosystems by Subclause A, mandatory switch to sustainable fishing equipment in the EU. Subclause B, recommending the enforcement of fees for dumping litter in the oceans. Subclause C, furthermore, highly endorses expanding the ban of single-use plastic. 10, approves subsidies for enterprises which promote and produce eco-friendly products and services. 11, encourages a fee paid by all EU member states to clear European Union territorial waters from waste and afford controlled by a joint commission of all EU member states. Subclause A, endorses the creation of a joint commission of consisting EU states to oversee the effort. 12, urges to maximize efficiency in production to reduce the depletion of resources without stunting economic growth by Subclause A, further enhancement of eco-innovative technology. Subclause B, subsidizing eco-friendly production processes. Subclause C, redefining the recycling systems as a way to establishing a sustainable circular economy. 13, encourages consumers to not buy plastic packaging. Subclause A, by advertising products, packaged in paper. Subclause B, by creating labels to telling consumers about the amount of resources needed for the manufacturing process of the product. 14, requests new guidelines to recycle products with potential of being reused. Subclause A, by establishing expanding recycling programs and collection stations in all EU member states. Subclause B encourages a service in all member states collecting products made of reusable materials such as, but not limited to, glass. 15, urges member states to offer reusable bags as alternatives to single-use plastics in stores. 16, further recommends the establishment of collection stations in front of stores for repurposing reusable bags to use if they are no longer needed. 17, recommends tax reductions for multinational companies that produce in accordance with EU environmental standards outside of the EU and subject themselves to monitoring by an EU Commission. 18, further recommends the EU to publish an official list of multinational companies that subject themselves to these environmental standards and monitoring by the Commission mentioned in the operative clause 17. Subclause 19 instructs the President to forward the resolution to the European Parliament and the European Commission and the Council of Ministers. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Vienna. Now let's continue with the opening speech. Whom from the committee may I ask to deliver the opening speech? I believe it's Salzburg, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Distinguished Presidency, honorable CPs, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we are all aware, one of the biggest threats to our precious environment is climate change. All over the world, valuable materials and resources that could be recycled and reused into our economy are left to pollute and damage our environment, specifically our oceans. On behalf of the ENVI Committee, we are very honored to have the opportunity to present our resolutions. Our goal was to address the most important issues, such as, but not limited to, the threat to marine habitats, resource efficiency, especially in the production process, single-use plastics, and the disposal of batteries. While coming up with our resolutions, we made an effort to make sure that the economic growth would not only be maintained, but also endorsed. With our resolutions, we hope to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, achieve a low carbon economy, encourage eco-innovation, create new growth and job opportunities, and boost the EU GDP. We urge you to support us in our endeavor to gradually and sustainably improve the implementation of a more circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Salzburg. We will now move on to the factual questions about this resolution. Tyrell, you have the word.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the word. And my question is that I don't know over exactly, but in the OCs is mentioned the second life of cells. What is meant by that?
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer this question? Germany, you have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. For example, if we take batteries from electric cars, they are no longer good if they are, for example, under 17% of their capacity state. But they're still good. And we can still use them, for example, in stationary storage units without any problems. That's what's meant by second life of battery cells.
Thank you. Are there any other factual questions? Upper Austria, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC number 1, which states that you would be placing financial limitations on plastic bags, and I'm slightly confused as to what this means in the context.
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer this question? Salzburg.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. What we meant by this is that plastic bags will cost money. They won't just be free and given out with every purchase made.
Thank you. Carinthia.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm confused. Isn't there already a law prohibiting the sales of single-use plastic bags?
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer this question? Vienna. Oh, I'm sorry, Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. In fact, there is, but there are still many exceptions which we want to reduce by that.
Thank you. Any other factual questions? Liebe Tyrol, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Yes, I have a question regarding point 4. What is an eco-friendly behavior? Could you please define this?
I'm afraid this isn't quite a factual question. Please leave those questions for the open debate a little later on. Thank you. We'll entertain one last question. Styria.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm not sure if you've answered this in the chat already, but you mentioned in OC7 2030. What exactly? Why is 2030 important?
I'm afraid this is also a question which would be better suited for the open debate because it isn't a definitional question. So I suggest we move on to the amendment speeches. Please, I kindly ask the delegate of AFET Styria to come forward and deliver their speech.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Distinguished Presidency, honorable CPs, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to propose adding a subclause to OC14 in ENVI's resolution to clarify where non-recyclable waste, which is produced in the EU, goes. While the resolution mentions the aim to recycle as much waste as possible, it never states what happens to non-recyclable waste. I believe when talking about the environment, it is important to be clear with where the waste goes, and therefore propose to add a subclause to OC14, which reads, further establishing clear guidelines for where any non-recyclable waste that is produced within the EU shall go. I believe that by adding this subclause, there will be more clarity and transparency concerning waste removal, and believe it will be beneficial to include it in this resolution. Therefore, I ask you, dear delegates, to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Styria. Are there any questions addressed to the submitter of this amendment? Then we'll move on to the speech against the amendment. I kindly ask the delegate of the Committee of Envy to step forward. Okay. To step forward and deliver the speech. Styria, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Distinguished Presidency, honorable CPs, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I intend to answer the question of where waste that cannot be recycled or reused goes. First of all, I would like to say that although the management of waste has and is continuing to improve in the EU, the European economy currently still loses a significant amount of potential secondary raw materials, such as metals, wood, glass, and paper and plastic. To demonstrate this, in the year 2010, the total waste produced in the EU equaled 2.5 billion tons. From this, only a limited amount, specifically 36%, was recycled, and the rest was landfilled or burned. But 600 million of these tons of this disposed waste could have been recycled or reused. So, by requesting new guidelines, we could already reuse the waste we need to get rid of. But there still is waste that cannot be reused. This waste, which is produced by the EU, should definitely not be exported to other countries which are outside of the EU. Waste that cannot be repurposed should be adequately collected and brought to landfills or disposal sites that are legitimate according to the EU environmental standard, following standard procedures such as, but not limited to, having to treat the waste before it is landfilled, and the separation of hazardous waste, non-hazardous waste, and inert waste. The attention regarding the future is to reduce and eventually eliminate this type of waste by finding ways to recycle, reuse, and repurpose the waste produced and make products more sustainable. As mentioned in the clause, we suggest encouraging all EU member states to expand their recycling programs and establish collection stations to collect products made of reusable materials. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Styria. So now we will continue with the vote. Whether the amendment passes or not, remember you can only vote yes or no, and there are no abstentions in this vote. I kindly ask President Philipp Markopulos to start the poll.
You should see the poll now.
Thank you very much. Remember, CPs are not allowed to vote.
Has everyone been able to vote? Or have there been any technical difficulties? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I take this as a no. I will share the results with you right now.
With 70% in favor and 27% against, this amendment has passed. Now we'll move on to the open debate. Are there any questions, or who wants to ask a question about, who wants to ask a question? Lower Austria, please. You may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC15. Because I'm pretty sure that at least in Austria, in every supermarket, you will find reusable bags as an alternative to single-use plastic bags. So I'm not sure if this solution hasn't already been proposed.
Whom from the committee may I ask to answer this question? Tyrone, please.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. While it is true that in Austria or other EU member states, there are already alternatives widely available, it isn't true for all EU member states. And this OC is there to make it to offer these alternatives to plastic bags in all EU member states.
Thank you, Tyrell. Salzburg, please. You may have the word.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. I have got a question for OC number 9, subclause 2, recommending the enforcement of fees for dumping litter in the ocean. How are you planning to control if someone dumps litter in the ocean? Because if that happens somewhere out on the sea, on some kind of ship, there's no police nearby who could even hope to monitor that. So have you got a solution for that, or?
Who of the ENVI committee may I ask to answer this question? ENVI Upper Austria, please.
Thanks for the floor, Mr. President. For example, in supermarkets, it's also not allowed to steal something. And
Of course, nobody should steal something, but it is the responsibility of every people on their own. And like on the land, there's a police, and on the oceans, there's also a water police.
Has your question been answered sufficiently? Yep.
Thank you for the word, Mr. President. I think that comparing the ocean to the supermarket is not reasonable, just because in the supermarket there are a lot more controls, there may be surveillance, and there are cashiers and whatnot. But I won't raise a follow-up question.
Envy, you may answer. I believe it was Upper Austria who answered the question first. Okay, we'll pick somebody else. Envy Germany, please. You may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. First of all, we cannot control all the oceans. Nobody can do that. But it is a clearly mess if people dump litter in the oceans. And because we maybe can't control it perfectly, we can't let it happen. We still need to put fees on that. That is really important.
Okay, thank you. I believe let's move on to a different OC. Lower Austria, please. You may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC9 subclause 3. And I want to know, how, like, you propose banning single-use plastic, but there are certain things that are not really, that you can't really wrap in, let's say, paper. So what alternative would you propose to substitute the single-use plastic?
What member of the committee may I ask to answer this question? Maybe someone else than Germany? Envy Salzburg, you may have
Thank
the
you
word.
for the floor, Mr. President. I think you misunderstood a bit, because we do not want to ban completely single-use plastics, because like you said, there are a few things that are a little bit difficult to wrap in, like for example, paper. However, we would just like to expand the ban so that more things are substituted with other materials and resources other than single-use plastic, so that we could reduce the waste.
Thank you. Was this answer sufficient? You may speak up if it wasn't.
Mr. President, kind of. I mean, yeah, like expanding the ban, I get that, but like, what would be the alternative? Like, okay, there are things that you can't wrap in paper, but I mean, if you want to like expand the ban, there has to be some sort of alternative that you thought of.
I suggest we move on to a different question about a different OC. Liebe Upper Austria, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC11. How often would these cleanings of the territorial waters take place?
Who of the committee may I ask to respond? Germany.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The ocean is not like your room that you can clean every week. And there are already investments made from the EU for cleaner oceans. We simply need to do a lot more in that. And that's not weekly, monthly, yearly. That is a continuous approach that we need to make.
Thank you. Was this answer satisfactory to you? If not, you may respond.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. It was satisfactory.
Now, Arfed Tyrell, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding OC11. Is in cleaning in the ocean, is there also meant that the microplastic should be took out of the ocean? And if that's the case, how would you do that?
Thank you. Who may I ask to answer this question? Maybe someone else than Germany? Okay, Germany, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I see the point of my previous speaker, and yeah, microplastic is really technically difficult to be put out of the ocean, but it is, we're more focusing on bigger parts of litter because there are many enough which will result in microplastic at the end, but a lot of more microplastic. We're more focusing on that because that's possible right now. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to, but it's simply technically too difficult right now.
Thank you. I think we should only entertain 2 more questions within the open debate. Liebe Germany, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Regarding OC16, could you please specify what do you mean with this project, especially estimating the effectiveness of this project? Because if I'm going to the supermarket, or if I am at the supermarket, I normally need bags, and I don't have, I don't know, 20 bags to throw them away or stuff like that at the supermarket.
Thank you. The delegate of Germany, you may have the word again.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The idea is we all know the problem. We've got 30 reusable bags at home because we forget them and simply buy a new one. And the plan is to be able to give them back if we don't need them anymore, which will be done in front of the stores.
Was this answer sufficient for you?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Not quite enough, because you already said if we always forget them at home, so we wouldn't be able to get them into these containers. So what do you think of the effectiveness of this program?
Thank you. Who may I ask to respond to that of the ENVI committee? Styria, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I do not think that all of us would forget like 30 bags at home. I think that, for example, by giving back the money paid for the bags, if you bring them to these stations, you could further encourage people to do so. And I think it is possible to, if you really have collected a few bags, that you think of it once and bring like all the bags back. It doesn't matter if you bring like each bag individually because you don't need it, or if you once bring 30 bags back.
Thank you. Any question regarding a different OC? If not, we will move on. Empel, Upper Austria, the last question, please. You may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I have a question regarding the first subclause of OC5, which instructs people to clean up after themselves on the beach. I think that we all know that this is highly unrealistic, because if we look at the beaches during our holidays, they are all quite filled with litter, after some time, and I don't think that the police could even monitor that just because of the amount of people on the beaches themselves. And I don't think that people are going to be willing to clean up after themselves. I mean, I obviously encourage the second OC because it makes sense. However, the first OC doesn't quite seem realistic.
Thank you. Whom of the committee may I ask to respond? Anybody else apart from Styria and Germany? Envy Tyrol, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. The police will try to monitor it as good as they can. Obviously, they can't monitor all of the beaches at all times, but they will as good as they can. And if someone is caught littering, then they will, that they would be fined. So it would not be a 100% coverage because that just isn't physically possible.
Thank you, Tyrell. Now we'll move on to the speech against the resolution. Whom of the delegates may I ask to deliver it? Liebe Upper Austria, you may have the word.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Reading the resolution submitted by the Committee on Environment, I was negatively stunned by the amount of unclear operative clauses, which are easy to misinterpret. The prime example being OC1, which in my opinion suggests the placement of a financial upper limit of plastic bag fees, the opposite of what the committee actually intended. This could lead to governments not taking necessary actions to combat these environmental issues due to a lack of understanding concerning the proposed measures. Furthermore, there were several clauses concerning pre-existing solutions, such as but not limited to the offering of plastic bags in shops mentioned in OC15, OC14, and OC7. Passing this incomplete resolution would result in ineffective solutions, only wasting EU tax money and not actually initiating change. Thus, I cannot see any possibility of voting for this resolution with a clear conscience, and I highly implore all delegates to vote against the resolution. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Upper Austria. May I ask the delegate of the committee, Envy, to deliver a speech in favor of the resolution? Germany, you may have the word.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President. Honored Presidium, highly respected committee presidents, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In these times, only the 45th President of the United States of America can deny the existence of the climate crisis. It is a fact that only if we are able to solve environmental problems, human beings are able to continue existing. We're talking about the survival of our species and the nature as we used to know it. First, I want to comment on the points my previous speaker has made. Our resolution isn't unclear. The thing with environmental solutions is that they are a massive full of things to do. We can't name everyone. This is why our resolution is kind of general, because we have so many things to do and we have found solutions. We said that we've named too many things that already exist, but we want to expand all these things. And which shocked me really, no money spent for protecting the climate is wasted. It is all for a bad purpose. We're not talking only about our existence, but of course also of our future wealth, which relies on how fast we can find and implement solutions for the climate crisis. The Committee on Environment has provided 18 solutions for really important problems. Do you want to see whales dying because of lost fishing nets? Do you want microplastics on your plates and inside your bodies? Who has given us the right to destroy our ecosystem? We only got this one planet and we need to protect it. That's clearly essential. Delegates, please decide as your conscience tells you to. Decide for Motto F. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany, for delivering your speech. Now we will proceed to the voting procedure. Remember, in the vote, whether the resolution passes as a whole passes or not, you can vote no, yes, no, or abstain from the vote. I kindly ask my colleague to put up the vote, the poll.
You should see the poll right now.
Thank you. CPs, remember, you are not allowed to vote. Only delegates are allowed to do so.
Have there been any technical difficulties concerning the voting procedure? I take this as a no. I will share the results with you right now.
The results of the vote for the final resolution are as follows. 67% in favor, 26% against, and 7% abstentions. Clapping is in order. We will now take a short break of about just a second.